Howdy. Welcome to stream. So today, we're taking a little break from Vintage Story. Because I want to play with some Lego. Yeah. So that's what we're gonna do today. It's been a while since I pulled out the old camera. Finally got this thing working again. When I got a new phone, this new phone doesn't like connecting via USB to my computer to transmit data. Even when I go into the settings and tell it, hey, use the USB to transmit data, it still won't work with Joy-Cam for some reason. So, I don't know. And, Hi, Potato. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. Yeah, so I'm just doing this over Wi-Fi. And that seems to be working just fine. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. But yeah. So, yeah, the old hand cam out. I realize now, I pulled out, I haven't worn this shirt in quite a while, but I pulled it out because it matches the color of my model's jacket. But I'm not using that model right now. I'm using the winter model, which has a blue sweater instead of the mustard colored jacket. But I don't have anything in that blue, so no. And I could change the model, but then I'd be changing it back for one stream because winter's not over yet, and I'd like to keep that for I'm lazy. I realized this color discrepancy like right before I went live, and yeah. I've acquired gun. How have you been? No, nice. I've been doing good. I was a little scared. So for those who didn't see on the Discord, this set that we're going to be putting together today, I bought it off eBay because it's discontinued. You can't buy it from Cobi directly anymore. And I couldn't find it in stock at any other retailers. I don't know, maybe there's somewhere I forgot to check that has it still, but I was able to find 2 of them sealed for sale on eBay. So I bought one of them, and it was originally scheduled to arrive on Friday. But then the delivery person didn't deliver it. And officially, it's because they didn't have access to the building, which is strange because the timestamp for the attempted delivery was 1 p.m. And there's a security guard who sits at the front desk and whose primary job is to, 1, make sure no one breaks in, and 2, let delivery persons into the building so they can deliver packages. So it's odd that they must have come by right when that security guard was in the bathroom or something. Because they wouldn't just not even attempt to deliver something because they didn't feel like it, or they forgot or something like that. Nah, definitely. So instead it arrived on Saturday. And the problem with Saturday is that on Saturday, that security guard's not there most of the day. That security guard has more limited hours on Saturday and Sunday. But I get home on Saturday, and it's like, okay, well, it says they delivered it, so they must have delivered it. Hopefully they didn't put it just behind on the front desk counter, because then it would get stolen if they did that. And we've had an issue of that. So there's now a bunch of signs that have been put up that say, don't leave packages out here. With arrows directing delivery persons to where they should put the packages. Now, this box is too big to fit in my mailbox, so it had to go into the package concierge. However, the package concierge is broken right now. So that meant the only place that it could safely go is in the office. The office that is closed on the weekends, which meant I had no idea, I had no way of knowing that the package had actually been delivered, and I wasn't able to pick up the package until today, when they reopened this morning. And when I went down there and I asked them if they had the package, at first they said they didn't have a package for my apartment number in the office. So I thought that, the delivery person left it on the counter and someone stole it. But then they went and checked some other place, not in the office. And they did find the package, so we have it. Yippee! Here she is. She was sealed. Pretty good condition box. I have already preemptively opened it because I just wanted to make sure it was all in there. But yeah, we have it now. Yay! Only a little bit of distress beforehand. Let me... How's the lighting without that? It's pretty dark without that light. I'm not a fan of that spot. Let me try the... Let me... There we go. Just turn on my actual overhead lights instead of the spotlight. Does introduce more shadows though, but we're gonna be working with white, so I think it's probably for the best. Does that look better? Or did it look better when I was using the spotlight? I don't know. Woo woo! Love ocean liners. How long have you done models? Okay. When I was a wee lass, I wanted a model of the Titanic because I had a bit of a Titanic enthusiasm phase as a kid. I don't remember how old I was, like 6, 7 maybe. And I wanted a little model of the Titanic. So my dad took me to a model store. And we bought a scale model of the Titanic that I think was about 1 foot long. I don't remember exactly what scale it was. And we were going to build it together. The problem was that I was like 6 or 7, and I was very impatient, and I didn't have very good dexterity, and that model required glue and stuff. It didn't require painting. It was all, pre-molded in the correct color. Hi, kitty. Hello, you can see Sahara. Hi. Hi, you want a little more room to come say hi to chat? Hi, a good girl. Meow meow. Hello. She's so sweet. Bloop. Down she goes. Yeah. But yeah, so that model never got finished. And I don't know what happened to it. I don't know. It has long since disappeared, but since then, I have still wanted a model of the Titanic. I've never built any other, I've never built any actual models since then. I've never gone back and tried to do it again because honestly, I still think it's too much of a pain in the ass for me. But Lego and Lego adjacent products, such as Cobi, offers the ability to build something, but easily. So, yeah. That's why we have this. I first was introduced to Lego specifically in 2007, by the way, and I do know that. I know that it was 2007 because I remember what my first Lego sets were. And they were a Lego City medical helicopter, like an air ambulance, and a Lego's... Or not an air ambulance. Well, it was an air... Yeah, no, it was an air ambulance. It was like a fire... It might have been a fire rescue ambulance. I don't know. I'd have to pull up the set again. I haven't looked at it in a little bit. But yeah, it was that, and then a regular ambulance. So I remember those. And those came out in 2007. So I'm pretty sure that's when I first got into Lego. And I have loved it since. I used to have a pretty sizable collection of Lego. Not huge. But I donated it. Most of it. The vast majority of my Lego was donated when I moved up here to Oregon because I couldn't fit it in the car. And at that point, you know, I hadn't really, like... It had been sitting in the garage. I hadn't touched the stuff in quite a while. Like a year or two, and I was just like, you know what? I'm not really gonna get back to this stuff probably. So, you know, let some other kid enjoy it. And I do regret that a little bit. Because I had a lot of stuff that I would have liked to have kept. That was mixed in there. But the vast majority of that, even if I had kept more of that Lego, the vast majority of my collection, I don't regret donating at all, because the vast majority of it was stuff that I was never going to look back on. But there's like a couple things that were buried in there that, like, if I had taken the time to sift through, I would have saved them. And then just like a few things here or there. But the problem is that everything was disassembled and mixed together. So it would have been a really time-consuming process for me to go through and, like, pick out all the stuff I wanted to keep. So in the end, I just decided to donate everything that wasn't still assembled and, like, on display in my bedroom. So, yeah. But I am going to be slowly working on reacquiring at least some of the sets from my childhood, such as the aforementioned air ambulance. Just for nostalgia's sake. I'll probably be doing that over the next couple of years. You know, just like 1 or 2 sets here or there. But this is not something I owned as a kid. This is not something that existed when I was a kid. But it is the kind of set that I have always wanted since I was a kid. My dream Lego set growing up was a Titanic playset. Playset specifically. Like with play features and like interior, you like pose minifigs and stuff. That, to my knowledge, does not exist still. No company has made that. And if a company has made it, I haven't heard of that company yet. And so I'm dubious of their quality. Cobi is a company I have heard of, and I am not dubious of their quality because they are very well known and respected. They have pretty darn good quality. Like in terms, like from my understanding, as someone who was out of the Lego community for a couple of years and is just coming back into it recently, Cobi is like right behind Lego in terms of quality. And then everybody else comes after that. So, you know, they're pretty big on there. What is Cobi? The only Cobi I know is meat and basketball. Yeah, so Cobi is a Polish company. They started producing Lego-compatible bricks. I don't actually know when, but quite a long time ago. Way back in the day. And they have sort of adapted to fill the market where Lego refuses to, which is to say military vehicles. Okay, kitty, do not step on my keyboard. Meow, meow, meow. Yeah, so Cobi primarily makes tanks, planes, warships, you know, that sort of stuff. They also make other things that are historically related, such as the Titanic. but they mostly focus on historical vehicles as their main thing that they do. They've collaborated with a number of museums. Like you can get, like, they have sets of specific tanks in, like, the Bobbington Tank Museum, and it's like the exact one with the exact markings, the exact paint job, and all that stuff. It's pretty cool. A lot of the stuff that they have. And this is when I saw the larger version of this set, I was enamored. But the larger version of this set is too big for me. I don't have room to display it. And it's also too expensive for me. It's 3 times as much as what this thing cost. So I decided to scale back and get this version instead. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. We'll keep chatting about these things. Hi, dear. Hi, Potato. Howdy, Batfoot. And then your dogs. Now the spot moved to the right. Oh, yeah. So that spot is my desk lamp. Here, let me... Yeah, I don't like how dark that is with that off. So we're going to leave that one on. And you don't really need to see what's in this exact little oval anyways. I'm going to try to keep all the important stuff right here, where it's in the middle of the frame. I have a Transformers kick, which evolved into Warhammer and Gundam later. Yeah, I also had a phase as a kid where I wanted to get into collecting Warhammer figures, but 1, way too expensive for my allowance, and 2, painting. Again, too much of a hassle for me. So I never got into that. And I've kind of gotten out of that. I'm not really interested in collecting Warhammer stuff anymore. Although I do still think Warhammer is cool. Really cool. But I don't really want any physical merchandise from it. Nor did I ever really have any interest in playing the actual game. Or reading the books. I'm not big on reading either. I am a very, very surface level appreciator of Warhammer. I wouldn't say I'm a fan. I don't think I'm involved enough with the series to really intrude on that. But, you know, I think it's neat. Lego Lord of the Rings went way too hard when I was a kid. Same on the Dota and Lego. Okay, too close to the ocean for me. Yeah. We're pretty close to the water. We're not right on it, but we're pretty close. And yeah, it do be humid out sometimes. So I have to close the closet door whenever I want to open the window to keep the guns more protected from the humidity. Are they insanely priced, inflated like Lego? That's the other fun part. They're not insanely overpriced like Lego. They're actually really affordable for the quality that you're getting if you live in Europe. So that's another interesting quirk of Cobi compared to Lego. Is Lego, their entire production and their distribution system and all that is very US centric. Lego is a Danish company. Their headquarters is in Denmark, or founded in Denmark. They're still proudly Danish. But they are very focused on the US market. They sell a lot of sets in the US, and that's their primary focus when it comes to selling stuff, is the United States. So Lego sets typically are more expensive outside of the United States and Canada. I think Canada's priced pretty similarly. Hi, kitty. No. So Lego sets, especially in the last couple of years, have been getting just more and more expensive, and people are understandably not very happy about that. Lego has been experiencing record-breaking profits, and yet their prices keep going higher and higher. And it's just because people keep buying the sets. They sell so well that even if they increase their prices ridiculously, it doesn't matter, because sets that people want are still going to sell out anyways, and they're still going to be resold by scalpers at higher prices. So LEGO figured, why not just raise their prices at the get-go? And unfortunately, that's one of the two things that LEGO kind of has to do, because they keep selling out their sets. A lot of their sets sell out pretty a lot, and so they could either increase production, which means investing in new, manufacturing plants, and that means spending money. So that's a no-no. Or they could just jack up the prices, and that's what they could do. So it's unfortunate, but yeah. So when we take Greenland, will we get cheaper Legos? I don't know. Previous message was a joke. Yeah. Yeah. I'm seriously thinking about whether or not, if the US took Greenland, would Greenland get cheaper Legos? I think the answer is no. Yeah, because I don't think it's a tariff, like, import tax thing. Maybe it is. I don't know. I don't know enough about that kind of thing. We probably shouldn't take Greenland. But I don't know. That might be one upside if it were to happen. But probably still probably shouldn't do that. But yeah. So Cobi, unlike LEGO, they are pretty fairly priced on their stuff. They pretty much always have been. And but what's interesting is that their distribution and manufacturing is very European centric. So if you live in Europe, all Cobi sets are cheaper if you're in Europe. And then if you're anywhere else, Cobi sets are more expensive. But they're still cheaper than LEGO sets if you look at it by like at a price per part measurement, which is what LEGO fans typically evaluate as like an easy ballpark number for if something is a good deal or not, is how many dollars per how many parts included. So this set here, I have some stats pulled up. So this set retailed for $100 in the United States, and I think it was an equivalent of like $70 in Europe. So, yeah. Still cheaper. Or, hear me out, take over Denmark, cheaper LEGO, and we get Greenland for free. I see. Miming stroking my chin doesn't really work when my chin is nowhere near where this is. But yeah. So there's actually a bunch of... Cobi has made a number of Titanics. This is just one of them. I have pulled up, I have information about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 Cobi Titanics and 1 LEGO Titanic. Because, of course, there is the LEGO one to compare to. So, I guess starting from smallest to largest, Cobi set 1680 is a 1/700th scale Titanic with 593 parts, and it retails for $60 in the United States. Which I think is kind of rough when you compare it to another model they have coming up that's only $5 more and is a lot bigger. Yeah. So that's pretty small. And that one is only like 15 inches long. So... about that long for the smallest one they offer. And they also, at that same scale, they have a RMS Olympic and an RMS Britannic. So that's pretty cool. If you wanted to have one of each of the 3 ships, being their cheapest models and available in all 3 ships, you know, that's kind of cool. You can have all 3 of them next to each other on a shelf. God himself wouldn't sink this model. I would hope not. It's quite pretty, from what I've seen, and should be when we build it. And, welcome in, Wizard of Wizard. Yeah. The next size up is Cobi set number 1914, and that one is 22.83 inches long. It's 500 parts. I don't know how much it cost, but it's a terrible model of the Titanic. It's long discontinued, and for good reason. It was not accurate to the Titanic in terms of its shape. Like, it used a generic, like, ocean liner bow. So instead of this very, you know, flat nose that the Titanic has, it had a very swept, very modern cruise ship bow. No good. Set number 1914A was 24.21 inches long, and it used the same hull. It was 600 parts. It was a little bit nicer, but it was still very wildly inaccurate. Moving up to modern Cobi sets that are still available. Set number 1929 is a 1/450th scale, so the same scale as the one we have here, and it is in fact identical to this set completely, except it's cut off at the waterline, or a little bit below the waterline. You get a little bit of the red, but not all of it. So that version is available for $65. So compared to their smaller model that's still available, you don't get the bottom half of it, but you get everything else in much higher detail and much larger. So I'd still think that that's probably a better one to go with if you care about the top detail. But if you want a full complete Titanic in the 1/400th scale, 1/450th scale, you have to go with this set, which is set number 1928. So again, this one has 960 pieces. And again, it's 25.5 inches long. It's exactly identical, except it has the full underside of the ship. So this is the one I wanted. Unfortunately, it is discontinued. You are going to have to find it elsewhere. So I got this one on eBay. At the time I bought this one, there was another one of these on eBay as well. So if you want it, you could pick up that one, assuming it hasn't already sold. I think these were discontinued last year. I don't know exactly when. And they have not gone up in price. So the MSRP was $100. New sealed condition box, I got this thing for $100. So, you know, it hasn't gone up at all, which is nice to see. Cobi does have another ship bigger than this. That is set number 1927. Well, actually, it's not bigger than this. It's exactly identical to this. So this is the Executive Edition. And then above that, there's the Limited Edition. And the Limited Edition is completely identical, except it comes with a brick-built iceberg and a little Cobi figure of Captain Edward Smith. So that would be cool, but it's also way more expensive than this one, because as the name implies, it was a much more limited release, and so the collector's value is a lot higher on it. So if you can find it on sale, I wouldn't recommend it, unless you really, really, really gotta have that Edward Smith figure. But I don't really like Cobi figures. I think they're kind of ugly compared to some of the other options out there. Like, obviously everyone loves Lego minifigures. I'm personally kind of fond of Lumi Bricks figures. I think they look pretty cool. You know, they're very cute. But Cobi's figures they're not good. But yeah. Uh, the B2 Cobi set looks cool. Yeah, they've got a lot of cool stuff from various military vehicles. I'm probably going to buy more Cobi stuff in the future. Like, I would like to get a Matilda tank from them, which I haven't actually checked if they have a Matilda. I'm just assuming that they have a set of a Matilda, but I would kind of like to have that. And maybe a Bren gun carrier, because I love the Bren gun. So I don't know. Those would be those would be like, I'll buy those in like a couple of years. This is gonna hold me over for a little while. Moving up from this on scale, there is the Cobi 1/300th scale ships. Those are 35.8 inches long, and they are the same scale that they make all of their like big battleships and aircraft carriers and all those stuff. So you can have them like side by side and they'll be the same scale. That's pretty cool. And so there's two sets at that scale. They have set number 1916, which is as the lower number. Actually, no, it's the lower no, it's the next one is the even lower numbers. I don't know how they go about ordering the numbers for the sets. I don't know. But set 1916 is an old set with less accurate shaping compared to set number 1686, which is the currently available largest Titanic that Cobi makes at 1/300 scale. They're not too different, like compared to the 1914, but like the difference between the 1914 and the 1928, it's nowhere near as drastic. The 1916 is only subtly less accurate in its like shaping. Did I just get another ad break? What the hell is going on? Oh, wait. Was that the countdown to when the ad break starts? Oh. Yeah, no, that's probably what it was. Okay. I thought the ad break had already started. It has not. Whoopty. But yeah, so the differences are really subtle between 1916 and 1686. The newer one is still available, and it's $300 and 3,260 pieces. And it is, I would consider, the definitive Lego adjacent Titanic. It's a good scale. It's a good price to part ratio. It's got excellent shaping. It's really good. You know, one of the things that Cobi that makes Cobi different from Lego is the number of specialized slopes that Cobi has is way bigger than what Lego has. So Cobi has a ton of these like little slope pieces that, when combined together, create really good curves that Lego just is not capable of doing. And so if you look at the Lego 1/200th scale Titanic, which is the big set that's, you know, like 5 feet long. It's well, it's not 5 feet long. It's like 4 and something. It's 53 inches long. But when you look at that Lego Titanic, it's really impressive because it's so big. But the shaping on it's not great. Because Lego just doesn't have the parts options to make it that great. Obviously, if you're not a turbo nerd and you're not paying super close attention, the Lego version is good enough. It is more than good enough. It's still a very impressive build. It's still really cool, and I will still respect anyone who has it and has assembled it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to assemble something that big with 9,090 parts. You know, the Lego model is pretty intimidating. But the shaping is way more simplistic on the Lego model because they just don't have the same parts that Cobi does to make those intricate shapes. And of course, in terms of, you know, it's way more expensive. You know, the Lego version is $680. Also, they got the funnel colors wrong. But that's a bit of a hot topic amongst Titanic persons, enthusiasts, because no one actually knows the correct color of the funnels on the Titanic. The exact color was called White Star Bluff, and the exact pigment of it has been lost to time. No one knows exactly what color the funnels were. But from what I can gather, the Cobi models do a better job at getting closer into the color. It was more of this muted mustardy color ish than it was that bright yellow that the Lego model has. And there's a couple other like little inaccuracies here and there on the Lego model, as well as on the Cobi models. None of them are perfect, but I think that the currently available 1/300th scale Cobi Titanic is probably the best of them. But it's too big and too expensive, so I went with this one, the 1/450th scale. And unfortunately, while I was talking so much about how Cobi has all these wonderful slope pieces so they can perfectly capture the curvature of the whole, this set doesn't use those pieces. It uses 2 custom molded parts for the front, for the bow. The back end is still beautifully shaped with those pieces I was talking about, and we'll see that when we build it. But the front is these 2 big custom parts, which is a disappointment. I would have liked these to have been brick built instead. But I assume they did that for a reason. I don't know if it was because it was cheaper to do it this way or what. I would imagine that making a custom mold would be more expensive and increase the price, but I don't actually know how this stuff works. It's a little unfortunate, but my cope is that having those distinct pre-molded hull pieces is reminiscent of that model of the Titanic that I had as a child. And that's my cope. Because it would have been nice to brick build the hull as well, but oh well. And I think I've yapped long enough about these. In fact, I've yapped so long that YouTube is asking me if I want to keep listening to my jabs. The answer is yes. So now, let's actually build it. So again, I got this sealed on eBay, but I've already opened it because I wanted to verify that the contents were correct. Something to be wary of when buying a sealed Lego set is that a lot of people, maybe not a lot, I don't actually know what the percentage is, like what percentage of people do this, 1% don't, but there's a sizable enough number of people who will buy a sealed Lego set and never open it. They are more interested in the collector's value of having the set sealed than they are with the display or play value of having the set assembled. And so they just never open it. And so something that it would be very easy to do is to buy a sealed set, carefully open the box, take all the parts out, sell the parts as a used version of the set, and then fill the box with some like Jack Stone bullshit, and then carefully reseal it, and then sell it for a huge, for the huge cost that sealed Lego sets go for. I don't know if that's a thing that you have to worry about with Cobi, because it is, you know, a different community with a lot of overlap. But you know, there's no Cobi Star Wars sets that collectors are pining after. So I don't know, but it was still something I was a little worried about. So I did go ahead and pre-check. I'm gonna set instruction booklet off to the side, and actually I'm just gonna set all of these off to the side until such time comes that we need to use them. There are a few loose plates in here, which is interesting. These have printed windows on them. That's another great thing about Cobi, is they rarely ever use stickers. Lego likes to use a lot of stickers, and some printed parts, Cobi goes all in on printing, which is always nice, because manually lining up stickers is a pain in the ass. I don't like it. So it's nice that we don't have to worry about that with Cobi. So, a couple more, just these big base plates, or not base plates, just plates that were not included in a bag. They were just loose in here. Bag? I think we got one more in here. I have a sinking feeling about this. Get howdy, Mika. Welcome in. Another bag. This is bag number 1, so I'm gonna keep that here. That is everything. So we're gonna set this aside. I may occasionally have to fend my cat off to protect this box. Oh, actually, I haven't shown you guys the back of it. Wowee. So you can see the dimensions there. Props can rotate. Cranes can rotate. Cheeky little picture of the original ship. Another little picture there. Let's see another angle of it. You can see some of that hull shaping I was talking about. It's a little thick here in front of the prop. Like, that is something that the Lego model does better. Is this shape around the prop shaft seems way more correctly scaled on the Lego models. All of the Cobi models have this big buildup ahead of the props, which looks a little odd. But otherwise, I think the shaping is done really well back here. And you can see some of those specialized angled tile pieces along the side here that Cobi has and Lego does not, being used for that curve there. So you get an idea of just how many more curves Cobi's able to get away with. That's just because, you know, they make models kits, really. Cobi does a lot of vehicles, and vehicles have a lot of different curves and slopes on them. And so they need a lot more molds with a lot more variety of different slopes on them to be able to recreate all of those shapes on all those small vehicles. And then there's just some facts about the Titanic on the back here. Should I read those? It's just history stuff. You know what the Titanic is. You've heard of the Titanic. You've seen the movie at the very least. Yeah. Alright. Here we go. Now we get one booklet. And it's right it, yeah. So, yeah, so you can see here, I was talking about the standard edition is chopped off at the bottom. It does have wheels, so you can roll it around, you know, be fun as a kid. But the executive edition here has the full red bottom and a nice display stand. So that's what we've got here. And looks like it just jumps straight into it. So we're gonna have to likewise get straight into it. God. The Titanic is that ship that the Germans torpedoed for smuggling armaments from America to England. Yeah, definitely. The sister ship, the Britannic, was actually torpedoed by the Germans during World War I. The Britannic was serving as a hospital ship, and it was torpedoed by the Germans. I'll just toss that aside for now. These two loose tiles are a little concerning to me. But, oh, yeah, okay. That is our printed Titanic rear nameplate. Something else that's really nice about Cobi, unlike Lego, is that whenever there's two pieces that need to have a print spread across both of them, they take those parts, they assemble them together on their studs, and then they print them as a unit before disassembling them and putting them together in the same box. So on Lego, this is most obvious if there's like a repeating pattern across several bricks. Like there was a Lego set of the Boeing 747 that carries the space shuttle. I think it's 747. The one that carries the space shuttle, and all the windows going along the sides of the fuselage on the Boeing are printed. But they're all just slightly off. They don't line up perfectly because Lego does not assemble their parts before printing, whereas Cobi does. And so you never have to worry about them being horribly misaligned. So that's pretty cool. Alright, we're going to set those aside over here. I am working with a bit of a small space, so we're going to have to be pretty careful. Oh yeah, we got a bunch of weird fidangly bits that Cobi has again here. So you can see these black little tubes. Those are anti-stud to stud adapters. So that lets you put a brick on the bottom of another brick. That's a cool little part that Cobi has. Lego doesn't. I don't want to spend the whole time dunking on Lego, of course. Lego does still make some pretty cool stuff. But, you know, some of Lego's competitors also make really cool stuff. Another brand I've been looking at, but I don't really want to buy anything from yet, is Lumi Bricks. They make a lot of really cool looking stuff. And again, much better value for your money for the quality of the bricks and the number of bricks that you're getting per set. Much better value than like what Lego's been offering lately. But Lego does still make some neat stuff. You know, I will still probably be buying... Actually, no, I don't know if I'm going to be buying any new release Lego sets at all in the future. If the prices continue as they are, they're just not a good value for me. But I will probably still be buying more old Lego sets that I haven't ever owned, like that are used, or like waiting for new sets that go on sale, then buying them. Yeah, I might sell that still. Yeah. Let's just try to find the parts that they want us to start with. Was the Lusitania a sister ship too, or a different line? Lusitania was a different line. If I recall correctly, Lusitania was actually owned by a competitor to the White Star Line, Titanic. So the Titanic was owned by the White Star Line. Lusitania was owned by a rival company. And the Lusitania was the faster ship, but the Titanic was built to be more luxurious. And well, really the Olympic was built to be more luxurious because the Titanic often overshadows her own older sibling, the RMS Olympic, which the Olympic class is named after. But so the Olympic was built to be bigger and more luxurious way to travel the seas compared to the Lusitania, which was faster. But still, also quite luxurious. The Lusitania did sink as well, and I forget exactly what caused the Lusitania to sink, and if I remember correctly, the exact cause of what made the Lusitania sink is also a bit of a contentious topic. People are not 100% sure on. I think there was an explosion caused by something, and that sank it, but it wasn't a torpedo. I don't know. Don't remember. Where in... Okay. This bag has... Is that the part? No, that's a different part. This bag? No. Wait, hold on. How many sets? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Let's Here is that white 2x6. Another plate. Oh wait. Oh, is that gray? Wait, no. Am I missing a part? I can't do this. No, there's no fucking way. It was torpedoed by you, but okay, it wasn't a torpedo. No, maybe it was conspiracy theorists who thought it wasn't a torpedo. I don't remember. I don't know what's saying it. Hold on. Oh. Oh, thank fuck. Okay. I realize my problem. This is not a white brick. It's a black brick. They're showing all of the old bricks that you've already added as white, and all of the new bricks that are being added as their actual colors. So you can see here, all these side panels are red, but then a few steps later, they've all become white. Because they're... Okay. This is just, I've never built a Cobi set before. I didn't know they did that in the instructions. Lego sets, of course, the colors are consistent. So if on step 1 a part is red, on step 2, that same part stays red. I was not expecting that. Oh, okay. So I am not missing anything. It's just a black 2x6 brick. Yeah, okay. And I gotta say, I don't actually remember what a Lego brick feels like. It's been so long since I have touched one that I don't remember how this compares in terms of feel, but it feels good. You know, well, it's not. I haven't been led astray by the thousands of people who swear by Cobi is a good brand. I should really pull that Viking longboat out of my closet and reassemble it and put it up on a shelf. At some point. We'll get around to that. Okay. Let's get these plates. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 2x7. Ooh. That's exotic. Lego doesn't have that. We've got 2x6s though. Which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is. And yeah. Oh yeah. So they tell you what they are. Each step, and to differentiate them, you know, there's this big, be careful, these parts look very similar, but they're different, warnings. Okay. Oh man, I can only take so much heart sinking. All right, I've had a rough past couple of days. Work was crazy on the Super Bowl. We got hit with so many to-go orders all at once. It was absolutely insane. We had to call in an extra employee to come help because it was just swarming. But we managed. You know, a bit of panic, but we managed. There's a little burr on this brick. Or is that the injection point? Might be the injection point. I would assume that, like Lego, they inject like around the rim. Oh, that's very centered. None of these other bricks have that though, so I think that is just a burr. You know. Okay. Oof. Alright. Little panic. Back over. Building. Yeah. So it was nice to relax this morning. Another bag here. I think I'm getting the USS Maine mixed in there. Maybe. I don't know. There's a lot of boats that I have read about over the years, and I do not remember the details straight. Okay. This is gonna get difficult, having my instructions under my pile of bricks. But, I'll cross that bridge when I get to crossing that bridge, which is to say, when I turn the page in a couple of minutes. Okay, how many studs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Also, they say Cobi on tops of the studs. You could read it there. And of course, Lego says Lego. You know, the inspiration. By inspiration, I mean directly copying the patent as soon as it expired. Is, you know, not exactly hidden. These guys. Next, we need 6 of these. 3, 4, 5, 6. These are gonna go up here. It's another benefit of the whiting out all the old parts is that they don't feel any need to increase the contrast of the actual parts in reality in order to make the instructions more legible. Lego will often use like bright green, blue, and red for interior parts that aren't visible on the outside to make it more readable on the instructions what needs to go where. And here, none of these parts are mismatched colors, which is always nice for mock building especially. Obviously, it doesn't really matter if you're just going to build the set and leave it as is, but if you're going to take it apart and you reuse those parts to do something else, having the colors all matching is really nice for that. Okay, now we gotta cross this assembly here. It's going to require more parts being dumped out. Okay. Oh, I do not want to lose any of these parts. I did not there, but oh boy, that went kablooey. Ooh. This guy. And that bag. This one? No. This bag. No. No. Yeah. Yes. Ooh. This little feller. This little fella, I think, is actually a tool for inserting those anti-stud pieces. So we're gonna hold on to that. goes. There. A red one underneath. This guy. Not that guy. Although, interesting. They have, this is just a 1x2 plate, but they have it set up on the underside with a middle stud, or a middle anti-stud on it. That's kind of interesting. You can do stuff like this. That's neat. That's not the part we're looking for. We are looking for center stud. Just another back. Yes, this back. I feel like this set would benefit from a much bigger desk than what I have to work with here. My desk is pretty, well, is a pretty good size for just gaming. Not a very good size for working on stuff. We will make do. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So this guy, it's a 1x2 plate with a single stud in the middle. It's called a jumper. And it has this little peg in the middle that makes it impossible to put a stud in the middle, whereas this guy, which is a regular 1x2 with 2 studs on the top, has a centered anti-stud, so you can put a stud directly in the middle. That's interesting because that's the opposite of what Lego does. Lego has a middle anti-stud on the bottom of jumpers, but their tiles, their regular 1x2 tiles, always have the little peg in the middle, so you can't do that. That's interesting. Lego used to make all of their jumpers also have that little peg in the middle, but you could still stack jumpers because the jumpers have a hollow stud, so they could still be stacked, but you couldn't use other bricks that weren't jumpers to go into that middle spot. But it's interesting that Cobi has kept their mold similar to that old Lego mold, yet they have made a centered anti-stud a thing on their regular plates. That's interesting. I'm discovering lots of interesting things about these companies. Or about Cobi specifically. I already know all this stuff about Lego. That is the black equivalent. It's singular. Is that another bag? Is it in here? It's in here. Okay. There it is. And then this red guy. Interesting. It's breaking up that color pattern that we have established so far. And then we're immediately going back to it. 1x1 studs in another bag. Okay. Are they in here? Oh, this is an interesting one. This is an interesting part. It is a 2-plate thick anti-stud on both sides square. So it can attach to a stud on either the top or bottom. Another interesting Cobi part. Okay, where is the proper 1x1s? Yep, this guy has our 1x1s. And it's also a much easier to open bag. I don't know what makes them choose different plastics for different bags. Lego does the same thing. And, oh boy, it's an interesting part. Oh god. I found it. It's fine. I think these go together, but it requires a bit of force, and I'm not gonna do it now. I predict more parts will fall on the floor before this is done. But, something we're gonna have to deal with, I guess. Alright. Yeah, so it's interesting, we interrupted that black and red line that we were going with a vertical red there, just to go right back to it. And then we have a black double anti-stud, and a red double anti-stud. Feeling dangerous. These bricks. Not used to existing. And then a anti-stud attachable handlebar. Nice. This is for the rudder, I believe. That just goes. Side, we're going to need another bag. Cobi, you're killing me. Okay. And then these guys. It's a cream color. There's two of these. Yep. These go in between, right there, in between these two 2x4s. And then we need a gray plate. Yeah, over here. Finally a part that's from an old bag. Oh, nope, we need... Oh, this is a 2x5. That doesn't exist in Lego. That's gonna trip me up a lot. I'm not used to odd number plates existing. And so I'm gonna grab something that I think is the correct even number plate, and then it's gonna be an odd quite a few times throughout this, I think. There we go. Okay, now the tricky part. We have to turn the page. I'm gonna... Hold on. Easy solution. These white dots are dents in the plastic, by the way. Yeah, we're just gonna... In fact, I'm putting small little black bits in a black bin. It's not ideal, but this is a pretty ideal size of Tupperware for this, so it's what we're going to be using. This will keep all of these little pieces nice and safe. Oh, hey there, kitty. Hello. You sniffing? So no, in Lego terminology, you refer to all of the parts collectively as just Lego. Katie just knocked this off the bed. Silly girl. Do you refer to all the parts as collectively as Cobi? With Cobi? Yeah, I'm putting the. Oh, I mean, I guess it makes as much sense. I'm putting all the Cobi in the bin. Hey there. Good girl. Oh no. Easier to transfer over. Yeah. Maybe I should have 2 of these. One for big pieces, one for small pieces. Yeah. Okay. There we go. So we got our big parts bin and our little parts bin. Now I can pick them both up, set them aside, and turn the page. Ooh, okay. There. Another new bag joins the fray. Okay, so we need these guys. So I think our unique elements don't exist elsewhere. These definitely don't exist in Lego. I don't know. I'm a bit of a broken record. Keep saying like, oh, this part doesn't exist in Lego. There's gonna be a lot of those. I don't know. Maybe I should just shut up on that specific sort of detail, because I'm gonna be saying it a lot. 2x5. We've already discussed that one. Gray 2x5. Gap there. And then 4. Okay. Small parts bin. It's 1 2x3 black brick. I'm gonna go right there. And then we're looking at 2 full brick, both sides anti-stud. Man, Lego could do so much with parts like these. But I don't think they're ever going to make parts like these. Lego has a sort of an ethos of, if you can do something using clever building techniques instead of designing a new mold that makes it easier, that it's better to do it with the clever technique. I think it'll be quite a while before we see double anti-stud brick. from them. There's another one. There we go. This, looking at two tall anti-stud ones next to each other. There, and another pair. Back here. Yeah, black Tupperware is not ideal. It's just the most conveniently shaped Tupperware right now. Yes. Got so far. And then we got a little 2x2 cream plate. Goes right now. Getting these fellers. This is there, and pause the jazz, and it's nice and lined up. Liverpool. 2x6. Yep. Another bag joins the fray. Studs on both sides plates. These go. What was the point of making these anti-studs if they're gonna go right back to being studs? Not sure. They're keeping me guessing though. Let's try and apply that end first. Nope, that really wants to go in at that angle. Come on. Keeps wanting to do that. That. It's not wanting to go straight down. Oh, there we go. Nice and I guess the point was they want these to be anti-studs, and by doing it this way, they can make this connection more sturdy. Probably what they're doing. Alright, then here you can't even see what parts they're asking for exactly, but should have them here. 2 of these 1x4s with studs on the side. to actually put that on. There. The other one goes on the other side, if I can find it. Okay, put it in here. I need these also. Put those on. Always when you're looking for something that you can't find it. Yep, okay. I accidentally picked this piece up and put it in the big parts bin. Straighten these out a little bit. Okay. So, we are going to sort these now. I don't really know what proportion. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and say that for 1 wides, anything below 6 long, small part. That will be my criteria. And then these 6 long, big parts. These are smalls. Drink. Oh, kitty. She ran up and slipped off the bed. Silly little kitty. Okay. For now. Oh, cool. I was like, man, where the hell are these parts? These are big ones. I don't see them. Where could they possibly? I didn't turn the page. There we go. That's the next step. Okay. Got more small ones. We need these little guys. Slopes on them. And a little L piece. And then nope, that's a curved. Alright. Yeah. straight. Is this the right one? That's the right one. Let's see. These are two subtly different angles. Which something Lego doesn't do. The fact they're not calling attention to specific subtle curve leads me to believe that this is the correct one. There's no like super similar ones that are a little bit different. I don't think. Unless these are the exact ones that they warned me at the very start. Are slightly... Oh shit, they are the exact ones they warned me are slightly different. Okay. Let's see if we can find one that's a slightly different shape, or if it is all just that shape. That one's also that shape. Or actually, was it the curved ones that they're telling me to watch out for? Nope, they're not telling me to watch out for the curved ones. Okay. You can see here, angles, yes, subtly different. These guys are both the long angled wedges. They're both a single plate tall at the front. One of them is 3 tall in the back, the other's 2 tall. It's a tricky one. Okay, but I don't see any other 3 long black angled pieces. Oh, wait, nope, I just found one that's a slightly different shape. God damn it. Okay, which one are we supposed to use here? I think... Okay, I can tell from this close-up that these are 2 distinct angles, which means we have the correct one on there currently. Okay. That gets flipped over. And we're gonna put another one of these little shoes on the bottom there. And that makes sense, because we're making a curved shape here for the rear. There, and then we have 2 of these anti-tiles. So it's a tile with a bottom. And these are partial thickness tiles too. They are not full. They're not a full plate thick tile. These are really flat. Is that... Here, is it 2 of these is equal to 1 plate? Just about. So these are half plates. This is a 1x3. We need a couple more of the 1x2s. That's one of these assemblies done. To make the other one now. I'm going out of order. There's that. There is that black elbow tail. Here it is. Okay. This one goes that direction, so it mirrors the one we just built. Yep. straight. And then we put this half plates on the bottom of this one as well. It's right next to each other in. Okay. And want the stud facing up. We're gonna put that in there. So that shimmies right up along. A little bit of a gap between these right here. It's pretty snug though. Along these sides, there is no gap at all. That's pretty. Well, I guess because these are half a plate thick too. I guess in Lego, these side panels are kind of like some of the only things that are actually half a plate wide. All right. Alright, let's move on to the next step. We've got here. Oops. And might be another misplaced part. And sort it into the big. Yep. Put this one in the big part instead of the small. Further confirmation that we got the correct slope. That height difference there matches the height difference shown here. Then these guys, we got little tease wedge pieces, although these are taller than these wedge parts I'm used to seeing. This is an interesting one. We have a little shoe with a extra bottom bit, and it's printed red on the sides. That's not what we need right now, but that's an interesting little part we'll need later. These are extra tall 1x1 wedges. And then we have two 1x2 nope. What? Nope. And those go on top of these pieces here. Wonderful. And then we have these little stud fillers. Let's see, is that in this bag? Yes. Okay. These guys are really tiny. So I kind of don't want to take these ones out of their bag unless we actively need it. Because these are real fadangle parts and they're black. So if I drop them on the carpet, which, well, my carpet's brown, but still, I am never seeing those again. So you're going to be very careful to keep those parts nice and safe. Okay, so I guess the reason they needed to use these, actually, is because they needed to use these. I don't know why they need to use these, but we'll see on the next page. I guess. So that goes in. Yep. Let's just make that stud a little taller. Not sure why we need to do that, but we'll see. Now we have two curved little fellers. These are gonna go there and right there. And two white 1x2 tiles. These are our first white pieces we're going to be using so far. Alright. Howdy, Ammo. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful time. So these go either side of those extra high studs. Still not sure what those are. Okay, and now we have a little assembly here in cream. So we're gonna need a 2x4. Let's see, with two. Damn, I need to be careful. I almost sent my small parts flying. Oh boy. Those. Two of those. And two. Okay. First, and got. Oh, wait a minute. Did that wrong. It's like this. Yeah. Silly me. Okay. And then we need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 longs. And 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 longs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, it's 7 though, right? 7? Yep, okay. So keep looking. Another 6. And that is a 7. Alright. 1, 7. Got a job. 110K to start. 21 PTO days and benefits on day 1. Ooh, nice. Hell yeah. 7. Enjoy your monies. Always good to hear. You have more money for more ammo. And food. Alright. So far. Next page. So we got... There's never enough ammo. I'm gonna bust out another bag. These guys. We need... That's interesting. These are like a dark gray, not black. These studs. They're darker than Lego's dark gray. It's interesting. Oh, this one has a bit of a lip on it here. No. A little lip right there. That's interesting. Well, do those, and then elbow pieces. And then two. Two cream colored 1x1s. Yep. Interesting, the 1x1 studs and the 1x1 plates are in different bags. Okay. Let's start with this one. We want to do neat right there. Stud or pip right there, depending on your nomenclature. The LEGO video games always refer to these 1x1 circular plates as studs. Technically, a stud is the vertical connection piece on it, and this part is not actually called a stud. I've heard people call them pips, or just 1x1 rounded plates, but I grew up on LEGO Star Wars the video game, and then later LEGO Star Wars the complete saga, so I keep calling them studs. Keep that lined up perfectly. Okay. Now, next step, we need two 1x3s and two 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. 6. 6 again. Have more. Oh, that's a 6. It's a 7. Oh. They were hiding from me. They were right up against this wall, so I couldn't see them looking from this direction. It's like, damn, I didn't think I had any more of those left. Must missorted those. Okay. These go right on top of the other 1x7s. These go on top of these bits. This is the line. And now, two 1x3 plates. to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1 by 10 bricks. I grew up on Legos before any games or movies. Yeah. Same. I was first introduced to Lego through, physical sets, some Lego City sets of 2007. And then I don't remember if I got my first Lego Star Wars Battle Pack first, or if I got Lego Star Wars the video game first. But I remember seeing the my dad was like a big tech guy, and he was very interested in Apple. He's still a big Apple fan these days. So we would go to the Apple store whenever we were at the mall just to like check out what stuff they have. And I remember they had some iMacs set up playing Lego Star Wars. And you could just walk up to and just like sit down and start playing. And so me and my older sibling would just play that while my dad was looking at Apple stuff. And eventually he would buy us the game so that we could play it. That's awesome. Yeah, they don't have Lego Star Wars in the Apple Store anymore, and I think the entire company's been downhill since that decision was made. Those were the good old days. But yeah, and I think my first Lego Star Wars sets were the oldest one I can remember was in Episode 1. Droids Battle Pack. Like a little battle droids battle pack. So it has like a couple of droids and then like a little like repulsor craft that the droids can like pilot. I think that was my first Lego Star Wars set as a kid. But again, I don't remember if I got that set before the game or after the game. Okay, so lined up properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plate goes end. So. Move these guys into safety of the small parts bin. Wholesome deer origin story, yeah. My dad is a nice guy. I'm very grateful to have him. Yeah. He bought us our first computers as well, which naturally were Macs. That was a number of years later. Originally, we would just play the game on his Mac when he wasn't using it. I have been a tech kid for a pretty significant part of my life. Thanks to him. There's one there. YouTube. Yes. I am, in fact, still listening to my jazz. These 3x3 plates, which actually I do think exist in LEGO. I think it's one of the rare odd number plates that LEGO has. LEGO, of course, does have a 2x3 plate. I don't remember if they have a 1x3, but I think they also have a 3x3 plate. It's one of the few exceptions to their even numbers rules. I think I got my like set in 1990. It's a city police helicopter. Ooh. One of my first was a city helicopter. It was an air. I think it was an air ambulance. I don't remember if that was my first, or if an actual LEGO City ambulance was my first. I think I got them either around the same time or at the same time. I don't remember. And that was in 2007. Need these shoes with the crossed out at the bottom. Which... I have one of them here, but it's got that red printing on the side, which is not specified by the instructions. So, yep, we need ones without that printing. I'm still going to keep that there, so I don't grab it again. There. Now this can go back in. I still remember the first computer I got. 75 megahertz Pentium rocking Windows 3.1 and 48 megabytes of RAM. Damn. Ooh. That's a lot. That's like $48 of RAM these days. Maybe even 50. What am I looking at? 1x3. Like, cool. One. And there's two. Yeah. Thankfully, me and Shade upgraded our RAM about a year ago, so we should be pretty good for a while. These are some funky shapes we're building, but I can tell, roughly where they're going. Could be a little spoilery to do that. Two, and then two 1x4s. Go in here, which is much needed. This has been... I was gonna say it's been a little wobbly, but actually it hasn't. It's not. That bit's still wobbly. Yeah. But these bits are pretty well connected. Yeah, I think I was thinking of before we added this 3x3. That's when they were wobbly. This goes in that gap. Right there. And right there. Out. Okay. Next step. Got these little fellers. Sticking wheels on. Wheel axles. We need 4 of those. One more. There you are. God damn it! It escaped me at the last second and swapped itself out for another part. And then reburied itself. Goddamn. This little part. There you are. Yeah. Crafty pugger, you. And then... 4 of those guys. Yes. These, right? Yep. Okay. Need 4 of the anti-stud. The anti-stud to anti-stud adapter parts. Oh, careful, don't go flying. Rest of these in quarantine. I feel old. Don't be. The pricing has only gone up like this year, so. Nah. It's just how it is. That freely rolls on there. Get this next one closer to the camera for y'all. I upgraded to 64 gigs on my laptop like 3 years ago. Dirt cheap compared to what it is now. Yeah. Really sucks the way it's going. So many companies even leaving the consumer space specifically so they can sell all of their stuff to megacorps. Damn. Suck. Oh, no. Sucks to suck and implies that it's the sucker's fault it sucks. This is not an instance of suck to suck. It sucks to suck. This is an instance of it sucks. This one, there we go. Alright, and now let's go in little gap and that little gap. Yeah, not sure what these little wheels are for. But you got them. Now another set of 3x3 plates. Get the rest of the parts out. Get that 1x5 creams. Then more elbow creams. Every time we use these, I think, oh, this is the last of these in the bag. And then there's like calls for them, and what do you know? There's more in the bin. They're really good at hiding. These little guys. They like to hide and pretend. Oh, I'm just a lowly 1x2. Don't lie to me. I was originally thinking about doing a stream like this for my birthday, since, you know, this is a pretty nostalgic thing for me, assembling Legos and, you know, specifically a model of the Titanic. But I have a different plan for my birthday stream, and I really want to do that other plan, so I'm gonna be doing it. It's not gonna be a super big event, it's just gonna be me doing something else. Will involve building, but not with Lego or Lego adjacent bricks. Virtual build. We'll get to that when we get to that. Straighten these out a little bit. There. 3 assemblies to hold on to now. Okay. I think this guy we're gonna have set aside for a little bit. Just gonna set you to the side. It's gonna be here. You can see its shadow, so it's still on stream. Okay. Now, 4 1x2 tiles. Two 1x6s. And 2 1x3. Okay. And I think I know what these are now. Not exactly, but I think I know what they're roughly what they are now. We'll see if I'm right. Step, we need 2 of these fellers. And 2 1x2 plates in black. Alright. And plate. There you are. And then 2 studs. Again, dark gray. I'm not sure what these dark gray studs are for. I would assume they're going to be externally visible, since they're a different shape and color, for no other discernible reason. So, we'll see how they come into play. Alright. 1x2. Stick them on the bottom there. Weird feeling the lack of a middle post on some of these plates. And then that goes... Okay, no, they're not. These 1x1 studs are not externally visible. So what was the point of making them a separate thing? Huh. Didn't know. I guess they were just cheaper than including a 1x1 tile in whatever color. Alright. These let's go on there. And these ones I think will be externally visible if I guess not. No, actually no, they might not be. I don't know. Next one calls for 2 1x1 tiles. Two 1x2 slopes in black, and 2 1x2 slopes in red. Then 4 more cream 1x2s. A lot of these cream 1x2s we're going through. Okay. This one first. So we got cream. Smooth guy goes right in there. And then red slope there. And black slope right here. Red, black on cream, then smooth black on black, then cream on red. Okay. Next step, need 6 tease wedge slopes. These are the actual tease wedge slope, which is only 2 plates tall. Got those 3 tall little freaky wedge slopes we used earlier. But we still have some more of those, so. Five. 6. And 2 1x2. Alright, sorry, 1x3 slope tiles that are only 2 tall. Is the one they're calling for now. Yep. You can see on this step, it's a bit hard to make out. So we can see this step, that tile, and this is also a slope. This slope is 2 tall at the back, 1 tall at the front. This new slope, 1 tall at the front, 2 tall at the back. It's starting a tile higher, and it is still only 1 tile taller at the back. So we have the correct shape. Okay. So, we're gonna do. Oh yeah. We also need 2 1x2 flat tiles. Okay. So now, black tiles on these green bits. 1x3 goes on this little 1x3 exposed surface there. And these guys go 1 cheese slope there, 1 cheese slope here, and 1 cheese slope here. Interesting, we've got this up and then back down there. That's G-Slug, and that one's a flat tile. It's interesting. Alright. Along well. Next one, we have two. These rather interesting parts. We've got some printed portholes on them. And 6 of these long snook pieces. Three, 4. 5, 6. Okay. These are gonna go right here. It's a nice little pocket here that fits the bottom of that piece perfectly. Yeah, you can see that subtle shaping there, those two different angles. Lovely stuff. Again, I wish that the front of the ship was just as brick built as the back end of it is. But I understand that would have, I'm seeing it now, that would have added, seeing, how many parts go into getting the shape on the rear, that would have added a quite substantial amount of parts to the front. So I can see why they didn't do that. Wouldn't have made the set much more expensive. Because of course, if you want like the cream of the crop Cobi Titanic, you would get the big 1/300th scale, not the 1/450th scale. This one is meant to be the more budget-friendly, large Titanic that they have. They're mid-tier, and so they wanted to price it at a mid-tier pricing. Makes sense. And there's another perfect slot for one of these to slide in right there. What it wants us to do. And yet another here, which is probably the easiest to see. Perfect. And these guys go on these parts here. Now these portholes the same height on both sides. Ooh, they're slightly off. Okay. So we'll have to make sure that whatever height we put the next ones in at, we match it with the height that we have it on these ones. All right. Next page. Okay, so now we get some funky curved ones here. So it looks like a 1x3 there, but it's actually sloped. It is that curved shape to it. So we need one of those going in each direction. They are mirrored. Form a full curve. Then 4 float red guys. Hold on. Which one? We got 2 of these. So judging by it, we need the shorter ones, not the tall ones. Accidentally put this guy in the big pile, but I was able to find that one rather easily. So that's good. the shape. These. Right there. Nice. Make that a curve. Now, bring this guy back. I'm going to assemble our two sides or just one side? It only says to put this side on. So I'm only going to put this side on for now. It's got that keyed shape there. We have this protrusion sticking out right there. Slots. Right in. That's nice. In. Good. Got a little bit of cream showing on the bottom right there, but it's kind of necessary because the cream's is supposed to be visible on the top, so that's kind of, yeah, that's acceptable. This guy, I think we're about to cover up. So we're gonna cover that up once we build up this bottom little section here. So, yeah. And we're gonna leave this guy disconnected for now, I guess. Because it doesn't say to put that one on. So now we're starting a new assembly. And we are using a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stud long bar. Is 8 studs long. Studs long. Oh. We only need one of these, although we need this one later, so we'll still hold on to it. Okay. And we need these plates with studs on both sides. 2 of those. Flip that over. 1. 2. And a 1x2 version of that same thing with 2 studs on it. It's right next to it. Right. And now, this guy comes back, and we're gonna need 4 of these anti-stud adapters. But very delicate. Two. 3. 4. Take the rest of those away from that bag opening and set it down. Take my drink. Other sodas are available. We're having pineapple Fanta. Alright, so it says thick. Oh yeah, that. No friction on that, okay. Which makes sense, that's what you want. It's supposed to stick that guy in there, and then just come right out. And then I guess if you want to pull that out, yep, you just one side, yeah. That's a pretty handy little applicator. Smooth phrasing. I'm gonna be real. I don't even remember what I just said that would be phrasing. But... Twice. That's cool. So we've converted these parts that do not have studs on the bottom into parts that have studs on the bottom. Nice. This is actually different from Lego's handlebar plates as well. The Lego plates, the bar is kind of like, it goes upwards slightly, whereas this one is designed to be flat, which means that once you put those stud adapters on the bottom, it is now a symmetrical thing, sort of. Okay, we're gonna keep this guy safe. She's tiny. And then boop and boop. Right. Grab 2 more of these. 4. Oh no, only 1 more 1x3. Not to say I don't have another one of those. I don't need to. 1x1. And then these handlebar pieces. No. And another one of these along the back. Kinda didn't even need to use those anti-stud adapters, since you know those handlebar plates are kind of sandwiched in here. I feel like those would have been held in place regardless, just using the anti-stud adapters on this layer. But I guess they wanted it to be extra strong on this piece. Yes, which goes. Yep. It's over. Another handlebar piece. And those right there. Offset handles. And by4 cream. And now, let's see, not this one, or is it this one? Nope, we need a curved one. Okay. Here it is. Here's 2 of them. Now the question is, are they centered? Which side are we putting this on? Okay, the printing on these one is centered between both of them, so I think, yeah. Hold on. No, on further inspection, I guess these are centered between the 2 of them. Yeah. That's good. The printing centering is better than I gave credit. So, make sure I'm holding this the correct orientation. That goes there. Cream plate goes behind it. And then the next up, we got these shoe pieces. These ones have a little bit different height. I think that lines up a little bit better. So they're just ever so slightly different height planes. But, can't be perfect. They're not going to assemble... They don't assemble every single, like, printed piece together. They do that for ones where, like, the pattern is overlapping. But, I don't really know, like, what the line is that they have internally for, like, which parts they will pre-assemble and then print, or which parts they will print separately. And evidently these ones were printed separate. I guess it's not as big of a deal because the design isn't directly overlapping. Okay. And then we have one of these with a 1x1 plate little stud off to the side. We have another one of those shoes with porthole windows on it, and a white stud just on that side piece. And we have flip it over. This guy in the same position, mirroring that other clip. 1x4. Go underneath. Stuck. Two. Oh, it's a tile. Yep. Plate. There and right there. Building this up symmetrically. And then actually starting another sub-assembly for this one. Ooh. Fancy with it. Okay. There is... Oh. I had a brief moment where I thought that I had actually was missing a part, but nope. It was in the bag that I had already thrown to the side. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we have our curved one with drop down, and then we have our two sloped ones without the drop down. Whew. Alright. Now another one studs on both sides, and a too tall piece with a stud on the side. That's another funky one. You don't see 2 plate tall bricks very often. You never see them in LEGO. So add that to the list of funky Cobi parts. That side stud barely has enough room to get the right height there. No, it's not. They didn't flatten it out on the bottom. That is just perfectly lined up. Side of that stud, the bottom of that piece. Funky. Stick that in there. So that attached stud is offset a little bit to the side. So it will matter a little bit which way put it in, I guess. Just do it based on the instructions. Instructions say to do it that. Add that there. And wait a minute. Cool. It's also a 1x1 regular tile right there. This is the second time that the countdown timer telling me an ad break is about to start has tricked me into thinking the ad break is already ongoing, and then when it ends and the ad break actually starts, I've been like, huh? Why is there an Normally that doesn't trip me up. Normally I see like, okay, yep, there's an ad about to start in 3 minutes. Okay, cool. For some reason today I am just refusing. He thinks correct. Alright, I don't think it actually matters, but technically the instructions say it goes on this way. So we're gonna do that. Now it slots into place right here. Yeah. Nice. Rotated some of these, gotta get it just right. Now from here, we have another one of these. I'm gonna lay down like so. Another white stud on top of you. Symmetrical. You in there, and you on there. That wonderful round curve there. Look at that. Beautiful curve. Going around. Next page. It's up this side. Okay. Now we're doing the full assembly. Alright, I'm gonna wait for the ad break to end this step. That's an ad blocker plus. Yeah. My ad blocker doesn't work on Twitch. But, oh well. I just use the, I guess. I won't go back from the ad break. I just use, so on Twitch, if you're not watching on mobile, if you're watching on your desktop, when an ad starts and, like, the stream shifts into, like, a little box in the corner, you can click on that box and you can do a pop-out player, and that pop-out player will be unmuted, so you can still hear the stream and you can stretch it out. It'll be lower resolution, but you can still watch the stream and hear everything the streamer's saying and all the audio while the ads are playing behind it. And then once the ads are over, you just close that little pop-out and go back to the main stream. So that's what I do whenever there's an ad playing on Twitch. And I encourage you to do the same. Because, why not? The ads are still playing, you know, but no one really likes ads, and it's not like the ads are giving me any money anyways. It takes so long between Twitch payouts, man. Like, I don't get shit from ads. Alright, so now, the reason they had us keep this side piece off is because we need to get this on first. Look at that there. See these, those brown handlebar pieces actually at the tops of benches. They're sitting. Yeah. Bring this guy around there. Again, we slot that peg into that key. Leave out a little hole there, and all these studs together here. Nice squeeze, make that solidly in there, and look at that. so these guys here, I forget what they actually are on the ship, but yeah, they're little deck details. And oh, that's what these are also. Those are just deck details. They're not meant for attaching anything. This is just part of the deck. Yeah. Nice. Again, I don't know what those represent on the actual ship either, but they're little detail pieces. Sometimes that little pop-out screen doesn't appear for me. I've had that issue like once or twice, but usually it's able to work for me. All that shaping, all that brick-built shaping and beauty. I wish the front of the ship was just as brick-built. Oh well. Not much we can do. And you can see how currently we are very flat here. And there's nothing under for the bottom. That's because, so, you know, again, that the standard edition of this set, that is the bottom. And there's like little wheels that spin around here that you can roll it around on. That's as far down as it goes. And so, because it's literally the exact same set as the standard edition, the executive edition that we're building here, it's the exact same set, but with more stuff added on, it starts off perfectly flat on the bottom, and it's only once we get later into the book that we're going to start adding stuff on the bottom. Yeah, that's nice to have that there. Alright, now we're going to flip her over. Work on the bottom some. Two. Those. Two. Of these ball wedges. And then two. What? Flipping her over? Yeah. And then two of these little funky shaped fellas. These are, you know, interesting. They're a bit like our shoes, except they're not as long at the front. They're curved. They have a little U-notch in them. It's a funky part. This would be a pretty good part for a rear sight U-notch on like a pistol or something. Do you like to flip her over and work on the bottom side? Bonk. These plug in these little gaps there. Get that nice and smoothed over. There. Smooth that out. And these guys are gonna go for this little bit and stick that there. There. Slot them here. I wonder why they have that little curved piece. Could be for like, so you can use something to like pry these parts apart, because yeah, it's pretty difficult to take apart like that. So maybe that's what it's there for. That shape is there for. I mean, there. Now it makes sense why we had that dip there. Oh, this one. Didn't actually put in correctly. There we go. That's nice and solidly applied. Now we need 2 red 1x2 slopes, and 4 red 1x2 tiles. Tile. Slope. Tile. Slope. I remember back in the day, there were tools for separating Legos. Yep, good old brick separator. I don't think Cobi has brick separators, or maybe they do. I don't see a brick separator included in this set. So, I don't know. And the fucking thing never worked. Teeth were the tried and true solution. Oh, jeez. Yeah. I found great luck using 2 brick separators in tandem with each other. I've never had to resort to the teeth method myself. Got another funky connection here. Alright, so we got a little clip here. Bit of a different mold from what Lego does. This is a taller clip piece than Lego's clip piece. It's definitely Lego's clip piece. The axle bar is lower down. It's closer to the surface of this tile. Whereas here we've got that little spacer there. It's a bit taller overall. But that also probably means that gap there means that these parts could probably bend apart from each other a little better. So this clip will probably last longer than Lego's clips will last. Anyways, we've got another anti-stud piece we need to use. Our little applicator here. Apply little feather. Now we can stick this on the underside of something, which turns out will be this guy, our little friend with the side printing. That's gonna go with the clip facing that direction. The color matching on these, between that red print and the red bricks, is actually pretty good. Like, it's slightly off, but it's really subtly off. And that's a pretty good color match on that printing there. Nice and opaque. And then take a red cheese wedge. Put that on there. And then now apply that there, and that is the top of our rudder. Again, it's chopped off at the moment because we're currently building the waterline model and we'll be adding the bottom later. I think we actually end up disassembling this in order to make it longer later on, but I could be wrong on that. Yeah, it's our rudder. We can really turn our hard to the side there. Let's dodge some icebergs with that. Yeah. This is a bit of a flimsy, not a whole lot of friction in this clip, you know? And it's not going to come off, though. Oh, yeah. Definitely requires some force to take that clip off, but I think it could use a bit more friction to resist sliding up and down the pin. But, all right. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rotation on that. Try to center that part as best I can. And then grab these and grab these half plates. Studs on the bottom. Go. Spoiler. It, in fact, is not enough to dodge ice spirits. Go. Slide there. That's a lovely shape. Lego wishes they could make complex shapes like this. You know, a lot of Lego fans would be certainly more happy about a certain dog and a certain Pikachu set if they had more parts like these. Alright, now we're moving on to a whole new unit here, which involves pulling out the big boy plates. One of those, I'm not going to count the studs because there's no other sizes. One of these. And then one, how many studs long? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's too long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And a is the same width. Yep. Center this a little more for you. Building over here. You should be building over here. Okay. And just gonna mirror that to the other side. Right. And we need 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are our only remaining 1 wide red plates in our parts so far, or remaining out of this bag. Here's a little... These are the only red parts we have left in this bag at all, actually. And get these pressed down. I don't know how much y'all are keeping up with Lego news and stuff these days. We have a bit of curve that has developed here. I'm sure as we add more parts to these, that'll cancel out. But Lego recently acquired the rights to Pokemon, which it's quite a stir-up. Mega Bloks has had the rights to Pokemon for quite a few years now, but Mega Bloks doesn't exist anymore. There's now Mattel Brick Shop is like replacing Mega Bloks, but Mattel Brick Shop only makes cars so far. So you know, the Mega Bloks Halo sets, the Pokemon sets, obviously, and all the other brands that Mega Bloks had been working with, none of that's being made anymore, it seems. There's still no official announcement that like Mega Bloks is officially dead, but they look pretty dead. Yeah, so Lego acquired the rights to Pokemon, and people have been comparing the Pikachu statue that Megablox made and the Pikachu statue that Lego recently unveiled, because they're about the same size. And the general consensus seems to be that people prefer the Megablox version aesthetically. And a big part of the reason why people like the Megablox version more is because it's more smooth. Because the Megablox version decided to make Pikachu rather rectangular with rounded off edges, whereas the Lego version is trying to be the overall shape, more round. So like the Megablox version's like that, the Lego version's trying to be more like that. Problem is that Lego doesn't have the parts to make those curves. Cobi does have the parts to make those curves, so that's why I bring that up. It's kind of interesting. You had me sold at they only make car models. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I had a couple of the Megablox Halo sets actually up on my desk. Got this guy. This little Megablox Spartan, Halo 4 railgun. I have a little bit of right here. So I'll show this off. Yeah. So this guy is not a Megablox set. This is a Lego set. It is missing a couple of parts to cover up these blue pixel pins. But the gun here, this minigun thing, that is Megablox, and I just grafted it on. And this base plate is Megablox. I have this guy running between the legs of this mech. Another Megablox Spartan piloting it. This is one of the things I had that I brought with me from Texas. Some of my few original remaining Legos in my possession. But I just keep that on my desk. This little scene. And these figures, probably the best thing that Megablox ever put out. Just how posable they are, and how proportionate they are. Lego minifigures are proportionally not very close to real people. They're very squat and wide compared to the average person. These Megablox figures are a bit more proportional, and of course they have bendable knees, elbows, they have ball joints. All over the place, hip rotation. They made some good figures. But yeah, those are the only Megablox things I have left in my possession now. So they just sit right next to my monitor there. We need 6 long boys here. These are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These all 10 long? I think they're all 10 long. Yeah, they're all 10 long. Unless I just happen to grab only 10 longs. But I think... yeah, the rest of these are all 10 long. One up the side there. A little bit of flattening. 2 more of these. I'm not gonna bother counting. You can see, yeah, I can see the seams line up. You can't because of that one spot that has glare, and also because it's far away. Yeah. But I can tell they go directly on top of previous. Oh wait, nope. I'm skipping a step. How dare I? That could have been disastrous. These guys, 4 of them. I think they're all the same length. I'm gonna blindly trust that they're all the same length. I think they're all the same length. And if they're not, I'll soon know. That on there, and that on there. 3 there, 3 there. 3 there, 3 there. Okay. They are all the same length. How convenient. Alright, now I'm a fool. I assembled these wrong. I had 2 there, and I need 3 there. And then 2 6-long plates. Fill in these gaps, except for a 1 stud space there. Is accurate to the instructions, so we're all good. Everything is on model, and now we are going to take back end of our ship. We're gonna place it right on here. Lovely. She's getting long now, boys. A singular cross beam. That's too long. Oh. I guess that means they weren't all the same size. I just got lucky and didn't grab the 1 8 wide. And now these guys are definitely all the same size. The last ones. Here. And here, locking that singular plate in place. And then this guy is going to go here. Nice bed constructed here for this 2 by 10. That to sit. It'll tight fit side to side between those 2 green pieces. Alright. That back end is solidly attached now. She's not going anywhere. Alright. And now our last 10 long and 2 by 2 gray there. These go 4 empty studs. So the back of this plate is lined up with the back of that brick. So. grab this plate here. It's not a square, it is a rectangle. This white 2x6 is right there. 3 on each side. Cool. Twos. Plus shape. Okay, we're gonna be working on this module for a little bit. I'm just gonna use this as a handy dandy paperweight. Now, one of those. Oh, well, that's handy. I have a little 1-to-1 scale ruler here for the plate sizes. Have I always had that and I just haven't noticed? Okay. No, they weren't using it for these ones. Oh, it's for the tiles. Because the tiles don't have studs you can count. Ah. This 1x4 cream has no studs to count. You can line it up with the instruction booklet to know you have the correct size. Of course, it's pretty obvious to know when we have the correct size since it's a 1x4 and right next to another 1x4, but with studs, so it's pretty obvious in this case, but that's nice to have regardless. So you can know they're not the exact same. When they're not next to pieces that are the exact same length. Okay. There. 4 of these. And are pretty funky parts. 2 plates tall. Stud on the side with barely enough room for the studs to sit. Got these little plates with side slopes. And 2 these large bricks. The only large bricks remaining out of that bag. And 2 1x1 singulars. Is a little redundant there. 2 1x1 tiles in white. There and that there. Those these plates. Corners right there. Next up, 4 more. These guys with the studs on the sides, and 1 more plate. Our last large white plate. Go right here, bridging over that 1x4 tile. These guys go along the sides here. And now we get into some printed elements. So you can see those printed windows there. Slightly set to one side. To keep that in check. We have 1 for each side. Or wait a minute. Oh my goodness. I have an actual error. They gave me 2 of the same one, instead of having one of them with the printing flipped. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Well. I guess that means now I have to make an important decision. Which side of the Titanic do I want to be facing towards me? And which side do I want facing towards the wall? Because that will dictate which of these goes on which side. Actually, I guess it doesn't, because they're the same piece. So it's kind of just one side of this will have the correct printing and the other side will have the wrong printing. That's a bit unfortunate. I'm not going to bother. I'm sure Cobi would. I've heard that in situations like these, you can contact Cobi and they'll send you the right thing. I'm not going to bother with that. Yeah, that's just a little unfortunate. You know, these are nice, high quality prints. You know, they're nice and centered on the pieces. You know, it's a bit of a shame they just gave me the wrong one. A little unfortunate. Nope. And then 1x6 piece there, and 1 cream jumper. Cream jumper goes there. And long plate goes there. And then these guys go here. And then this one goes right here. Yeah. So, yeah. Again, it's a shame the window spacing is going to be off on this side, but, you know, it is what it is. Hi, babe. Welcome home. I need the light. Wait. Now, our last long white bar there. Tan 1x4 there. And if I go with these cream, I don't know why I'm switching to calling them tan now when I've been so consistently calling them cream before. I don't know which was the more correct name for this color. I don't know what Cobi's technical color names are. I'm familiar with some of what Lego's like technically correct colored names are. Although there's 2 different names for Lego, because there's what Lego considers the correct name, and then there's what Bricklink considers the correct name, and those don't always match. Bricklink is owned by Lego. It wasn't originally, and that's why the names are different, because it was originally not owned by Lego, but now it is owned by Lego, but they haven't changed the names to the Lego official standard names. They've kept the Bricklink names. It's weird. Anyways. But this is Cobi. So I don't know what these colors are supposed to be specifically called, so I'm just going to keep calling them whatever. So if I say tan or cream, it's the same color. All that to say. It's there. It's there. This goes here. Which includes a little gap there. Bib. Oh. Bibby. Hello. Hi. She inspecting the progress. Nice. Ship is up to code, kitty. Make sure everything's okay. Yes. Yes, ship faster, kitty. Yes. One is going to win. Liverpool dockyard. Yes. Split some of the pieces. Oh, don't. She just picked one up with her little mouth. Cute little creature. I don't want her to run off with any pieces though. So try to gently encourage her away from them if it looks like she's gonna bite one of them again. I will continue to pet you, kitty. You must know this. What's a howdy, waifu? I didn't say hi to you when you popped in. I acknowledged your presence, but I didn't say hi. So hi. Be a good kitty. Get lots of attention. Huh? Pulled a part out of the Tupperware. Oh, she licking my hand. Oh, sweet bean. Thank you. Thank you for the blessing. Okay. I don't want you to send any of these tiny parts flying, kitty. You're curious about them. Wants to play with them, but I don't want them to go anywhere. Ooh. Sweet. Oh. Oh. Lick, lick, lick. Thank you, kitty. Oh, no, no, no. No steal. He is very intent on stealing these parts now. Lots of head pats. She attack? And she like, aww. Little playlights. Not actually her. She loves to just like put her teeth like on your skin, but not really bite in. You know, just little love. Oh nope, I need that also, kitty. That's the little applicator. Okay, I'm gonna have to hold on to this. She's gonna send that flying. Oh, big stretch. We can see the instruction booklet again, so we can keep. Oh no! Oh no, kitty! Meow meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Sweet bean. She purring. Very intent on playing with these small parts. Come on. Oh. No, 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 no. She had her claws out for a second on the instructions. Dangerous. She's loafing on it. This might be the rest of the stream. There's lots of fur on here now. Alright. I think she's allowing us to continue now. Oh. Make a 1x5. I'm gonna apply 1x3 and 1x2 half plates on the bottom. She's jumped out. Hair off. Boy, she got a lot of fur on her build here. Build 2 of these. Oh, she's back. Oh no. We made it one step. Aw. Oh. Ah. Hi there, kitty. Hello. Silver. And then we're gonna put that there. This one right there. You couldn't see that because it was under her head. We just added these bottom. Now I have to turn the page, but she's standing on the booklet. What is sweet? Oh, she'll watch it. Give you a kiss, but can't really do that right now. Oh. Huh? No, no, no. No, oh, no, okay. Nope, no, no. She scratched the instructions. No. I do not want her to tear this thing up. He's a sweet bean. It was an iceberg that took out the Titanic. It was Kitty the entire time. Well, she was storming around on here. She got a little bit of fur right on the lip. My soda can. How dare she? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We.
Because I do have.
Mm-hmm. Fur all out. Okay. Alright. So now we can continue. Alright. Add this assembly onto here. Looks like these gaps here are going to be filled by these. See it perfectly lining up like that. Lovely jubbly. Lovely. Alright. Ain't about the print. Oh well. Can't linger on the print too long. Alright, this one little hook piece, that little bar piece there. One 4x3. And then 4 more. Our last 4. Drop that one. Our last 4. Actually, lock the camera around. Last 4 of these guys, studs on the side. Alright, so this hook goes on this jumper. Not sure why I'm calling it a hook. It's clearly not a hook. There's no hook shape in there. This guy goes right there. And these continue this line on here. And now, okay. I was wrong about the connections for these. Okay. So 6. One. Gonna flip it on you here. Two. 3. 4, 5. 6. 7 at the bottom. Don't know what these are for, but find out later. I'm sure. Right, now, assemble these guys. That fits in. Nice and smugly. Doesn't feel like it's in all the way or all correctly, but it is how it goes. I think they just feel like they're a little weird. They're solidly in there, not coming out easily. They don't feel like they're like perfectly fine. I don't know. Something about it just feels a little strange. But it's definitely in correctly. And take these short tube pieces. Oh no, kitty! She almost landed on this, which would have sent it, like, she almost, like, landed on the, I thought she was gonna, like, hit this and it flying. That was me a little. We're gonna put these back in the tray when I assemble them, actually. Playing with the applicator. We're gonna put the applicator in this little tray. She's looking for it. She didn't realize. I don't think she saw me pick it up. Silly girl. It's not there. in here. No, no. I don't want you flying. I don't want you to spend any of these flying, kitty. See that tear she made there. Didn't go through any more than just that one page, though. That's good. It's assembled. Now, be easier to do it in this order. There we go. Little closable cranes. And you have enough friction to hold whatever angle we put them at. Now we do. Oh, these are for the cranes, actually. Ah. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, she picked this up in her mouth. So, no, 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 kitty. Be safe. Do not eat the plastic. I don't think she was going to eat it. I think she was just going to carry it off with her. But I don't want to have to chase her down for any of these. But yeah, so these are the bases of the cranes, actually. That's interesting. Yeah. Which does unfortunately mean that they spin like crazy. I guess that gets them at the right height. They're gonna be spinny though. Hi, kitty. That's 24/7 adventure. Yeah. I guess she's just gonna be chilling with us for quite a while, it seems. And these ones go on these little outboards. And these ones aren't gonna rotate like crazy. We're almost done. That's almost all of the parts. We only have 2 parts left in this bag. And there were no spare parts in this bag except these little guys, which I suspect we're using later. And, oh, wait. Oh. I was about to say, oh, that's literally all of it. But no, I missed a step at some point. Because these parts are what we have remaining. And they very clearly go in these gaps. There we go. Yeah, look at that. Smooth line around there. All them portholes. Fire the shaping on that. All the deck details. Ready. The cranes point in the right direction. Along great. Alright. Now, kitty. And well, kitty. And just, the heat. You know what? I'm gonna stick the applicator in the bag with the other little loose bits, so it's safe from her. She is very curious about that specific part in particular. Okay, kitty. Well, let's get bag 2 opened up. Bag 2 has this guy. A specially molded big hull piece specifically for the Titanic. This is, you know, this is specifically a Titanic mold. This isn't reused from anything else. There's some very specific curves Titanic has that this is using. Let's see how it like flares out just a little bit up there. Very nice and accurate shaping. Still a shame that this section of the ship isn't brick built, but you know, sacrifices must be made for cost. Another little small bit. I'm just gonna stick that bag in small bits bin. Also gonna stick in a small bits bin. Got this one. Definitely that one. This one's gonna be a bit of a mix. I'm gonna set that aside. More small bin. This one's big bin parts. Oh, it's got some parts I would consider small. So, no! She started attacking the box. Alright. That's gonna keep happening. She loves cardboard. Go ahead. Flip this. Yeah. I don't know if you saw on the Discord, she has well, I want to say eaten. She doesn't eat the cardboard. She like tears it off and then like spits it out to the side. But she tore a hole, like a big hole about like this big, in the side of one of my airsoft rifle boxes. She is a devious little creature. Big plate. Interesting. This one came in the bag. Did the other one come in the bag and I just set it aside with the other external plates? I think that's what happened. All parts. America. That's big parts. More of these. Tiny, tiny parts. Get more tiny, tiny parts. Oh, all of our lifeboats are in there. And our string. Oh no. Okay. The string is a bit diabolical, but there's only one string in the set. It's this one. So we're just gonna keep that in the bag for now. I'm gonna set that aside with the number 2 facing me so I know that that bag has the string in it, and we'll get back to it when we get back to it. Okay. First of all, where is plate? Nope. This does not have the long plate that we need there. Alright. Let's just back to sorting. We will hold on to these though. One of each side. And we'll throw the rest in here. Hi, kitty. Speaking of Discord, what should we do about their pending nonsense? Currently, my plan is to just circumvent it, if that's still possible. This one's still printed. For those who haven't heard, Discord's going to be rolling out what they've been doing in the UK. They're going to be rolling out age verification globally. Now, I've heard you can circumvent this if you choose a face scan instead of ID, because you can either send them a photo of your ID, which don't do that. You should never send your ID to any on the social media platform, especially not Discord, who, despite stating that they will most of the time delete any photos of IDs that they collect, and their words are most of the time, but 70,000 IDs got leaked through a Discord data breach a couple of months ago. So yeah, don't do that. But they have another option where they will do face they'll estimate your age by looking at a picture of your face, and I've heard you can circumvent that using video games or an AI face, or just this person is not real, that website. So assuming they don't do anything to make it harder to do that, I'm planning on doing that. If they, if stuff does get worse, like worst case, might get rid of the not safe for work channel on the Discord. Rather not do that though. I do like porn is good news, but worst case, there are other platforms that could be looked into as an alternative. Would be asking everyone to make accounts on whatever alternative platform there is though, so I'd rather not have to do that if not necessary, unless it's obvious that like everybody's jumping ship, which that sort of statement does tend to stop everybody from jumping ship, but it's a chicken or the egg sort of thing where you kind of have to have both. But is what it is. Shit's stupid. We can hope that Discord will see the outrage and decide against it, but I'm not entirely hopeful that they will go against it. We'll have to wait and see. Does suck though. So, 6 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 long. These are 6 long. Not what we're looking for, right? Yeah. There. Anything 6 long. Big pile. Yeah, let's go big pile. Big. Stickies go in small pile. Hi again. She must be real curious about this Cobi set. She doesn't normally come up on my desk this frequently. Like, she'll jump up on here. Usually she's not, like, jumping up here and, like, doing it, like, multiple times within an hour. She'll usually wait a bit before she does it again. But there's a lot of stuff going on over here she's curious about. I may just go forward with my plans to do some federated social media stuff. Been meaning to, but we goats are kind of lazy sometimes. Don't know what that means. Means federated. In this context, let's see, 8. Yep. And smokestack pieces. Yeah. I said earlier, this is probably closer to the correct color White Star Bluff than the yellow. But we can't know for sure exactly what color it was. Self-hosted stuff? I'm not really familiar with anything that works like that. Oh, got the full brick tall with stud on the side. Parts here. And so these are going in the small parts file. We'll need some of these pretty quick. Soon. I'm gonna go ahead and dump that straight in the small bin. Okay. So, start off by just unlining these. Meow meow. Meow. Alright, and then next step is actually connecting them. 1x2s. Head. Make sure those are nice and straight. Interesting. This mold. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. There's no slots in the side on this part. So the Lego version of this part has cutouts in the sides. That way you could still place these on top of a normal plate. But here we cannot. There's no cutouts for those studs to slide into. Interesting. Means it'll look nicer from the side, though. So I think that's probably why they did that. I have to open up this bag. Plates just slots right in there. Okay. Long. Good guys, how long? Is 8 long. So 6. 8. And a 2 by 6. All right. There. And then that is 5. And now we get the 6 long bars. And grab the big red plate. The uh-oh, hold on. This had fallen off the bed and slid under it. Okay. Go. Yes, you too. Playing jazz? Hi, Kim. She meow. Hello. Meow, meow, meow. My 6s. And a much longer piece as well. Kitty? Long. One by 6. Verify. Open another parts bag. A bit hard to see on account of TV, but there. That one's there. Which is pretty easy. This guy's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 studs long. This is 10 studs long. Okay. 6 longs. We don't need that right now. 10 long, which goes. That's under the key. Okay. Goes here. And this 2x2 goes right there. Yep. Okay. And now, take these slopey guys again. Put them up here. 2x6 is gonna go. Okay, goes right here. Continue that shape there. So. And spoiler alert, this is coming off later, but you know, it's included for now. We're currently assembling. You can see these gaps here. That's where the wheels would go. We're currently assembling the waterline level that is on the front here normally. But this bit is going to be removed later when we get the actual dedicated hole piece on it. Kitty. Yeah. Enter. That's my flashlight. Hi. Keep my 511 EDC flashlight just right here. Other brands are available. This was just cheap and actually had a 511 store not too far away where I lived down in Texas. It was, I forget how long of a drive it was, but it was close enough, and it was like a neat of enough novelty that I was like, oh hey, I'll check them out at some point. Yeah, I was like, I got my carry knife from there as well. You know, they were cheap, not the greatest quality, but you know, for inexpensive little beater EDC items, they are not terrible. Wait a minute. Oh, I have these plates installed incorrectly. Uh-oh. Like that. This one's. Not too difficult to get my nails in between these plates. I do have long ones though. Now I can put these together correctly. Yep. Another 26 there. Okay. Next step. Egg. Egg. Gray bit. Alright, and this one's like that. not connected more than by a single stud all the way at the end there. I'm not gonna grab that, but we're gonna secure this up here pretty soon. And there we go. In there. Now we're gonna set that aside and we're gonna grab this big boy and this big green piece goes right in there. There's plenty of studs to work with in there. Two long gray, bluish gray. That's X long, yep. Despite being a bespoke mold, there's not using every single stud in there. Yeah, there's still a couple of studs that we're leaving bare. Even for such a highly specialized part. Still leaving some wiggle room. Nice. Makes it easier to change stuff up. Yeah. Looking for is going to be in the small parts bin, because that's a small part. What's the color compared to this, actually? I have some Lego bluish gray. Oh, yeah. So the Cobi bluish gray is actually bluer than the Lego bluish gray. I don't know how well that comes across in the camera. I've been holding that slightly out of frame. Whoops. Yeah, you can see that there. This Cobi brick, a little bit bluer. I'm not using the exact same dye formulas. Brick. Okay, and now, where did I put those in the large bin? They're definitely not small parts, but I know I saw them. I physically held one in front of the camera, so I know it's not missing. Did I just put it in here by mistake? Definitely some small parts in here. I've changed my mind. These are definitely small parts. I don't know what I was thinking. throwing those in here. Oh, what? Where did those parts go? Oh, wait a minute. No, that's the 3 on one. I held this part in my hand. Where is it? I am going crazy. Did I just... Am I misremembering and I held it through the bag? Is it in here? No. Not in these bags. These bags do not contain it. 100% confirmed. Oh, wait. Here it is. Goddamn. I'm a fool. Because the problem is that this cream color is desaturated in the instruction booklet more so than the real part. And so I was looking for it in white. I'm a fool. It's not white. Okay. There we go. So, 2 of these. 2. We need a whole bunch of parts for this stuff. Open another bag for the step. They're all small parts. Need 2 1x4s. Need 2 1x3 slopes. And another bag. Two 1x3s. Yet another. Two 1x1s with spoke. Two cheese wedges. And then 2 anti-studs. Or 2 double-sided studs, I should say. And 2 of those little cubits. Which we did not get any extras of. They are pulling from the first bag one of those. Okay. I'll hold off on those for a second. Okay, so let's just assemble these all up except for those last tiny little bits. Cream and cats rule everything around me. No. Sahara definitely does. Ooh. Meow, meow, meow. Sweet. Sweet kitty. Let's run off now. She'll be back when she decides she wants to mess with me again. Or actually, when she wants to mess with these Cobi bricks. Slope is running smaller side away from the spoke. Upward. Pull. Slope right there. And now I will grab these. One up here. And two up here. And then empty out this bag. Throw that. We'll switch to using this as our new dainty parts bag. So one of those out, and then two of the these little guys. We're gonna put those in the bag. And the applicator. Hi, Gabe. Maddie, building a funny ship? Indeed. We've got the back end here. Looking pretty good up to the waterline. There's still some more height left to build out down there. Gosh, it's coming along here. Going pretty good. These Legos or another brand? This is Cobi. C-O-B-I. They are pretty old Lego compatible brand. I think they started producing their own bricks like immediately after Lego's patent expired. And they specialize in historical vehicles, mostly military vehicles. Lego, of course, has a hard rule that they will not make historic or modern day real military vehicles. They've bent that rule a little bit occasionally, every now and then, like like Lego Indiana Jones. They had like a German supply truck from World War II, but no tanks or anything like that. And of course, they did that bomber that was in Indiana Jones, but the bomber in Indiana Jones is a fictional design. It's not based on a real plane. So that fell into Lego's criteria of it's fictional enough that we'll do it. So if you want, a tiger, Cobi makes tigers. The tank, not the animal. Lego makes tigers the animal, complete with a little pink butthole, which interesting choice on Lego's part to do that. That's what they did. I don't know how I need to seat these. those kind of more details that spin around a bit more freely than I'd like, but you know. But yeah, so Cobi makes a bunch of historical stuff, including historical ships like Titanic. This is the 1/450th scale executive edition. So this is the mid tier of the 1/450th scale Titanics that they offer, and the 1/450th scale is their mid tier in terms of scales. They also have a 500 or is it 600? Notes. They have a 1/700th scale Titanic, so that's pretty small. It's like 15 inches long. They have a 1/300th scale, which is, you know, about 3 feet long, and it's pretty big. That's sort of their definitive peak model that they have offer, and that's $300. At that size and at that cost, it's a bit much for me. So I went with the 1/450th scale, which strikes a nice balance of being, you know, plenty of detail, but still being small enough that it'll actually fit on my shelves, and cheap enough that I can afford it. This was $100 for the executive edition. The standard edition is $65 on Cobi's website. And then there was also a limited edition, which was way more expensive and long discontinued. Good luck finding one of those. That included the iceberg and a little figure of Captain Smith. And the standard edition is chopped off at the waterline. So what we're building right now is basically the standard edition because it's chopped off. But later on, we'll be adding the bottom of the ship. And that is exclusive to the executive edition, which is sadly also discontinued. But you can still find it for $100, which was the MSRP on eBay. At least I was able to at the time I bought this. There were 2 of them for sale. There's one more up there. It's still not sold. It is compatible with Legos. Yep, they directly copied Lego's patent, so it is the exact same specs that Lego uses. And they copied it after the patent expired, so they weren't doing anything illegal. Yeah, there's a bunch of other brands that are compatible with Legos, like Lumi Bricks is another one. Mega Bloks is probably like the biggest, most well-known competitor. They're in a bit of a limbo state right now with Mattel introducing Mattel Brick Shop, which, you know, Mattel owns Mega Bloks, so it looks kind of like Mega Bloks. It's compatible with Mega Bloks, but it's only cars, and all of their other brands are seemingly discontinued. It's a bit sad. Their Halo sets were really cool. They also did Call of Duty sets, which was interesting as well. But yeah, Cobi is pretty well known. They're a pretty high quality Lego compatible brand, and of course they fill that niche for military vehicles that Lego morally objects to filling. So yeah, I've always wanted a model Titanic, and this is a model of Titanic that I can actually assemble, unlike a real model Titanic that would be a bit tricky and time consuming and require gluing and stuff and all that icky thing. This is bricks. I like bricks. Bricks are fun. Got another module we're starting now. So we have the bow. This model does unfortunately use pre-molded large pieces for the bow. Both their smaller scale and larger scale Titanics use fully brick-built bows, which would have been nice for this, but being the mid-tier size, they had to cut cost down to not encroach too much on their larger model. So they went with these larger, still specialized custom molded parts. Like, this is not a shape shared with any other ship in their lineup, to my knowledge. But, yeah. Let's see. Next, we need. Okay. Looking for a cream piece with. Oh, okay, I found the exact piece we're looking for, except it has studs in the middle instead of offset design. That's getting a double jumper. That doesn't exist in LEGO. Cobi has a lot of parts that don't exist directly in LEGO that help with their, like, building of small cars and planes and tanks and stuff, and like very specific stuff. They have a lot of weird specialty parts I'm not familiar with. Or they're not that weird. Most of them are just slopes and stuff. The next one. Big sloped tiles. There's one. There's two. And then a single one stud. And a separate bag that I haven't opened yet. Oh, yep, it's in here. And we're also going to be getting... Uh-oh. Scented flying. Anti-stud. Not anti-stud. I keep saying anti-stud, but I mean stud-stud. So, we have... regular brick. And we got this little guy, which goes in the bottom. And now we can stick another, we have a stud on both sides of this. And hi, kitty. Hello. The Hera here has been in and out, checking out progress on the ship. This little rascal. Hi there, kitty. Hello. And... oh, wait a minute. I'm a fool. We don't stick a stud adapter in there. There's a different part that this needs. Whoopsie doodle. Let me just get the reverse stud applicator in. And just... hello. Pull that out. Uh-oh. I might have fucked it. Come on. This is a particularly difficult part to get this out of. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I might have fucked it. Oh, we may have fucked this. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I think I fucked it. Don't bite that. Meow, meow. See, do these well. I struggle to do anything with long nails. I am adapted to my long nails. With many years of my life with them. Ah! Whew! We unfucked it. We got that out. Right, back in the bag it goes. We'll need you later. Alright, now the actual piece that we need is another tiny little spindly part. But a different one. Not her anymore, so I'm just gonna stick it in there. Alright, so the actual piece we need is this, which is a stud with a little pin on the bottom. So we can take that and put it in the bottom of this hip here. And now it's got a pin on the bottom. We can stick that pin in this hole. Like that. Oh. Oof. Now we need two parts that are real tiny again. Let's pull. Yeah, these two hooks. And what direction do these go in? They go in... inward angle with the open end facing the rear. I think I got the angle pretty symmetrical there. Now. And these next parts that we need, are they in these bags? They are not in this bag. Okay. They are in this bag? They are not in this bag either. Okay. So that means they're already in the small parts Tupperware container. Okay. Found one here. A little plate with a loop on top of it. Another one. Center these, yes, they're not, there's no twist in them. And now, oh boy, we have to manually assemble the chains. Stop putting that in your mouth, kitty. So silly. Such a silly girl. Little patootie. Stop. Do not attack. I love you, kitty. Now. chain pieces are in here. We have to assemble them to be 3 long each. Okay. Yes, YouTube. Keep playing music. And with her around, I am not going to just leave these on the ground, on the table. I'm going to quickly construct them as I go. There's an open side to each of these. That. I'm just gonna make them this. There we go. Like that. There we go. That's our first 3 long segment. The here. Down. I'm not going to hold this up for you guys to see better because this is difficult enough as is. Sorry. There we go. Whew. Alright. First one of those. Let's do that again. That one a little easier. Now the end loop. Whee! Okay. Oof. Now, put one of these in one way and the other in the other way. Let me fix that. See the little flange there? I put it on the bottom of this one. On the top. That's how they show it in the instructions. Show the chains dangling through these holes, because of course these are the anchor chains. And these up there straight forward. Yeah. Now we clip on the anchors in bag. I'm gonna stretch a little. My back's starting to hurt. Oh. Oh. That's needed. Yeah. Lumbar support. My robe behind my back. Position it to support me a little better. Ah, yeah. That's better. Okay, now this is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, yep, this is anchors are too big to fit through there, so I'm not gonna be able to. Damn it, no, okay. These fit through there? No, they don't. Okay, but I can at least detach it so I get more length. So I have uncoupled this bit of anchor chain so I can pull it through further. And that way I can actually grab the... Oh, it does fit through the hole. Okay, well in that case, yeah, we're... and assembling it off here. Okay, there we go. Just gonna... Slide. What exact... No, it's possible because I just pulled it through there, but what exact orientation was it in to make that? Just went through there. I know you can do this. You just did it. Okay. There we go. Tight squeeze, but it does fit. but if I can avoid having to do that tight squeeze, maybe I should. So. Oh, yeah, that one went on much easier. There we go. Got our little anchors dangling. And now we can put this on big hole. Angle the chains until, yep, they're hanging. Right. Flat. Should these be more? Should flip these over after all. Yeah, they sit more flat when I flip these over. Okay. Yeah. Sit more flat against the sides of the hull. Yeah. Now we need 2 bars, which are in here. We're gonna need these crane parts in a moment. So those out too. Should they don't. All the way. Let's start in here. You and these 2 studs. That's what they are, right? Or hold on. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not studs. It's... Oh, okay. This piece here is a half stud. It's just the stud bit, and it's only half of one. And that plugs these holes. That is a tricky part. Let's start there. Pop that out. Cool. We don't need yet. Way in there. go. I think I got the angle on those pretty right. First try. Nice. Alright, and then 3 1x2 white tiles. And 1 black jumper. Oh. They're in this bag. This is the last bag of this main bag. Plate, 1 jumper, and plate. Three plates. Okay. So, wasn't fully on the way at the back. See? Nope. And unfortunately, we don't have front crane here as a part of the build. It's missing. Like it's not on the model at all. So I think I might bricklink a couple of parts to go right here just to build up that little crane. But yeah, not a big deal. I need here. These 2 little rods. Ooh, that one almost rolled off the desk. These 2 fellas. And go on. They want these. Was I supposed to put those white pieces on underneath these back cranes also? Because I have extras to do that. I have enough to do that. I think that might have been something I was supposed to do. It seems like something I was supposed to do that I didn't do. Okay. The next time this makes an appearance in the instructions, we'll go back and we'll we'll fix that if it seems like that is something I was supposed to do. Meantime, where is this brown handle piece? One of these. Brown 1x1 handle piece. Nope. Okay. So it's in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. And that goes right on here. Now we need this guy. And a stud adapter. Don't need that applicator because we have the exact same part in another color over here. This. Yeah, I'll do as they say, and I'll put it on here directly in that rearmost spot. Interesting. They have it molded such that you can actually put this in one of 3 positions. So it's almost as if they were experimenting with where they were going to put it. You just left that in the mold. So, you know, why change it? That's interesting. Oh yeah, I missed the step where I add this to all of this. Yeah, that's a pretty big important step, huh? Squeeze down all of that. Maybe we don't actually need to squeeze all that hard on all of those. That is, underside of this is only temporarily being put on, but, you know, whatever. We'll do as the instructions guide. Alright, and now we combine these together. True scale is unveiled. Oh yes, that's a good size for a model of the Titanic. That's a nice size, pick upable, and it's manageably sized, so you can pick it up. You know, play with it if you want. Which size? That is open voice. Next up, 2 long plates. They are 10 studs wide each. These are 10 studs wide each. And we're gonna fill this gap right here. And 4 big long beams. Quickly in there. Then big black plate. Goes right up here. Hello, kitty. I'm gonna have to be cognizant of how long this is now and trying to keep stuff on frame. So we just added this big plate here. Now we have two 1x6 and two 1x8 plates. Which I think is all the big long black plates we have left. First, the 6. Then 10. Let's say 8. 10. Now, next up we have two white elbow plates. One. Here's two. And then one big white plate that is a 4x6. It's gonna go here. And then we also have a 1x4 bluish gray. Next up, we have our two studs in dark gray. This is our dark gray. There's a little mold flashing right there. Peel that off. Yeah. This is much darker than Lego's dark gray. Comparison is warranted. So the barrels on this are dark gray. Lego's catalog. See how much darker Cobi dark gray is. Of course, Cobi could have another color that's closer to that dark gray, and this is just like an extra dark gray that they also have. I don't know. I am not familiar enough with their game. There. We also have a 4x4 plate, and a 2x4 plate. Hi, kitty. And 4 of these big internal support pieces. All 4 of them. I don't think they're intended to be anything else other than just structurally supporting elements. You know, these don't look like they're meant to aesthetically resemble like a window frame or anything. The struts are laid out. This is very much just a, you know, purely structural element. Hi, kitty. These go. Kitty. There. And then these. Well, the first one is directly in line. Here. And then the next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 studs along. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along. Which is perfectly positioned to go across both of these two big red plates on the bottom. That gap between them. And 1, 2. And 1, 2. That right at the back there. There is no interior on any of the Cobi Titanics. The Lego Titanic, of course, does have like 2 cutaway slices of the interior, like interior facades of the Titanic. They're not that deep, but like they're really cool, like cutaway facades. None of the Cobi models have those. So there's one area where that is one area besides size where the Lego model does beat Cobi's out a little bit. Okay, now I need to turn this page. There's a kitty here. Night all, bedtime for me. Have a good night, Ammo. Hope you have a good sleep, and ooh, we actually have quite a bit more instruction booklet left. And given the time, I might have to make this a 2-parter. Yeah, just looking at the thickness of the instruction booklet we have left, I think this is a 2-parter. Okay. Alright, well, in that case, I think that'll be it for tonight. Just looking at the time, and oh no, Kitty! Her feet are wet. Oh, god damn it. Nope, up, off. No. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Fuck. Oh well. These things happen. I'm guessing she was pawing at her water fountain again, as she tends to do. That is unfortunate, though. Alright, how many steps total are there? 205 steps. So, okay, yeah, we're a little over halfway. So, yeah, this will be where we bookmark it today. Lovely kitty. Yeah. Silly little kitty. Okay. Alright, well, in that case, that's where we're at so far. About halfway through the build process. And we've got most of the hull done. Now it's just the top structure. And then the bottom of the hull at the end. So yeah, see where the wheels in both the front and back are going to be going. We're going to be covering up those wheels, but, you know, they'll be there. So, for now, let's go ahead and see who we can raid. Whom are we raiding? Megalome is playing Road to Vostok, which is a game I've been interested in looking into. So I think we're gonna go ahead and give him a little raid. I didn't hit shift on the / key multiple times. I saw nothing. Raid message. There you go. Alright, so thank you all again for tuning in. We'll see you all at 6 p.m. Central, same time we started today, Wednesday. And we will continue working on this set. So thank you all, and have a good night. Bye-bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wednesday? Yes. Wednesday. Because I don't want to wait a whole week while this to build this thing. So we'll be coming back then. Bye-bye. Bye. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.